Hello, dear friends. Welcome. I am Mibri, and I'm a musician active in the Commodore 64 scene, and you are watching Transmission 64 Fall Edition. I hope you all feel very welcome here on this beautiful Saturday. So, we are nearing the end of 2021. Perhaps some of you already have your Christmas trees up. Maybe you're reflecting on some of your favorite C64 scene productions of the year. Well, stop doing that because we've got lots more stuff to come today. The year is not over yet. We're going to be streaming for the remainder of the day and into the night, enjoying lots of new productions in our compos, in addition to some interesting talks and a couple of DJ sets as well. So basically, keep it locked right here. The only tab you need to keep open is this one for the rest of the day. So the music we just had, top of the show there, was our T64 theme tune, which was composed by Toggle of Padua. And this was played on a 2-meter Tesla Coil that was brought to us by T-Max Electronics, so many thanks to them for kicking off the show the right way. A few very quick personal shout-outs, if I may. I want to introduce the team today. So our main instigator, I think it's fair to say, is Anonym of Padua. He's a man who cares very deeply about our scene here, and he also cares about making cool things happen, like this event, hopefully. So I'm very happy to be working alongside him here, trying to brighten things up during this this pandemic which refuses to go away. So cheers, Anonym. He also wants to report that it is currently -9 Celsius in Montreal. Little to no snow, but with some ice on the ground. So I hope he's wrapping up warm over there in Canada. Next up, we have FRaNKy. He's in charge of all of the tech behind our stream. This is a substantial undertaking. not a straightforward thing, and he certainly knows more about running this stuff than I do. He is the king of the cables, as viewers of his Chips and Bricks demo show will already know. So if you ever see him out in the wild at a real-life demo party in the future, and hopefully that'll be sooner rather than later, then do get him a beer. I think he'd appreciate that. So cheers, FRaNKy. Thanks for keeping things ticking over here. We have Aggressor, also of Padua. He is providing some invaluable assistance with the running of our systems here. Thank you, Aggressor. And also Unlock, taking care of various important marketing tasks and handling party slides, things like that. You'll be seeing some interesting party slides over the duration of the stream here today. And last but by no means least, I want to give a special thank you to the X organizers, particularly Burglar. This weekend would have been the weekend of X 2021, the legendary C64 Demo Party. But as you know, the universe had other ideas. We're not sure when the next edition of X will be, but for now, we have this, and we're very grateful to the X people for cooperating with us and for being cool, filling this weekend, allowing us to fill this weekend with our online-only event here. Burglar also very kindly joins us today. He's provided us with his Votox engine, which you might be familiar with by now if you've submitted an entry, and it's been a very good system for me so far, getting my head around all that stuff. So big thanks to Burglar, big thanks to everyone at X, and hopefully we'll see you all again before too long. So these good people are, shall we say, the brains and the brawn of the animal that is Transmission64 Fall Edition. I am merely the animal's blabbering mouth, so you'll be hearing quite a lot from me over the course of the day. As for housekeeping business, we do have a couple of things. If you haven't already done so, get your vote keys in. You can do so by emailing us, pinging us on the Discord. We have a is it a server? You call them servers, don't you? We have a Discord channel for this event within the server of the demo scene, so we can use that to chat. If Twitch is not enough for you, that is perfectly fine. Speaking of chat, we also have a special feature running today. We're trying out. It's quite a lot of fun. Check out the URL t64.to/world for our work adventure world, where you can chat with your fellow party attendees and pretend you are not actually on your sofa, but you are somewhere in summer and having a lovely time with a campfire, etc., etc. So, what can you look forward to today? We do have a timetable. The schedule is available at the URL t64.to/tt. Once again, t64.to/tt. You will see the timetable there. It is somewhat subject to change. We have compressed some of the events a little bit. Basically, we sort of ran Exomizer on it, so it's a little bit more compressed now. It's a bit tighter. So some of the times you might have seen previously might have changed. So do keep an eye on that. We're trying to make this thing as brisk as possible, basically. We don't want anyone to be twiddling their thumbs in between events. Also worth noting that all times listed on the schedule are for CET, which is Central European time, since Central Europe is where our secret nerve center, somewhere in Belgium, I think, that's where we're situated. So do bear that in mind. You'll see that coming up very soon, there will be a talk from Graham Tinkers, who is a retro hardware guru. He's been very prolific on YouTube. He's going to be talking about C64 hardware diagnostics basics, which is something that I probably need to pay attention to myself. So many thanks to Graham for being a part of our event today. Then at 5 p.m. Central European time, we'll have our first compo, which is the music compo, and I'm very excited about that. So don't go anywhere. That's going to be a good one. As I say, we're trying to keep the pace of this event nice and brisk here. There shouldn't be too much waiting around for things to happen in between the compos and everything. So with that said, now would be a very good time to make sure you have your drinks ready, your snacks in order, get yourself comfortable, and please enjoy Transmission64 Fall Edition. Thank you very much. I love this scene. You're all very, very kind people for welcoming me into this thing as the world has gone crazy. And I'm looking forward to enjoying some great demos, great intros, all the good stuff. We'll speak to you again soon. And now it's time for our first seminar. We're going to have a, seamless broadcasting professional. We're going to have Graham Tinkers now doing his presentation on C64 diagnostics. Once again, big thanks to Graham. We're going to go straight into that. Don't go anywhere. I'll speak to you again very soon. All the best.
Welcome back to the bench and a special episode of Graham Tinkers. This episode is being filmed in cooperation with Transmission64 Demoparty, and it will be broadcast on their channel and later afterwards on the usual channel. What we're looking at today is C64 power supplies, and then looking at some C64 boards and going through some common faults that these boards have. With the power supplies, we've got the good, we've got the bad, and we've got the ugly. This is my favourite type of power supply, and I'll tell you why in a minute. These are definitely deserve the name the Brick of Death. Technically they all come under that heading, but this one truly is a brick. It is completely potted, it is solid. It is, this thing probably weighs best part of 3/4 kilo. Yeah. These are the steep slopey wedges, I call them. It's another common type. And then the short slopey wedges. The reason these are my favourite is they can be repaired. They are still potted, however, you'll notice it has screws on the bottom, and if we quickly whip the bottom off, we will see what I mean. Screws drop out. So you can see that it is potted, but it's in two sections, and this section here is only very lightly potted, so it is actually possible to get this out. You can see I've already repaired this one, and if you want to know how to do that, there is a full video on that on my channel. Basically what I did is I designed a board which is pretty much a drop-in replacement. So you salvage the fuse holders off the old board, and then the rest all new components and a slightly better spec regulator, drop it in, bit of extra potting compound, new stuff, and then Bob's your uncle, sells your aunt, job done. These ones are totally unrepairable. When these go bad, they're just junk. Some people do take the bottoms off and then pull the whole lump out and then reuse the case and put a new power supply in there. It's not possible to get to the old one. Anything that you could put on there to dissolve the potting compound would just damage the transformer, so it's a waste of time. These ones, again, they are potted, but it's in two compartments. The transformer is here and it's potted along with the voltage regulator, and then the board sticks out along here. So in theory you could just cut around the potting, get rid of the old regulator, put a new one in, and maybe something similar like this in order to reuse it. Usually the transformers in these don't go bad. There's not much to go wrong. It's a couple of big coils on a piece of metal. It's usually the voltage regulators that die. What I have here is just a little quick test that I did, a quick test board. So we take this, we can plug it in, and we can see we've got 5 volts and we got our AC 10 volts. And then there's a couple of points on there where we can just hook up a meter and we can check our voltages. Now when the voltage regulators on these go bad, 9 out of 10 times they fail shorted, which means that they send a full 10 volts right through your C64. So we can see that this one is outputting 5.919 volts, which is okay, definitely within acceptable. And then here I just have a load resistor which I can just quickly switch in, and then I can see, okay, under a load, 1 amp load, it'll drop down to 5 volts. So this power supply at the moment is good, but it might not stay that way. There's also a couple of pins there we can test the AC voltage, but usually that's not a problem on these. It's just a straight tap off the transformer. We have our brick of death, and we plug this in, and right away we can see we have no 5 volts. So not having 5 volts is better than having a shorted regulator, because at least when this one died it didn't take the C64 with it, so that one was probably still good. And lastly, my revamped one. So 5.24, it's a little on the high side. Could probably do with it a little bit lower, but it's not going to hurt the C64 because as soon as we put it under load, it drops down to 5.06, which is more than acceptable. There are devices out there, they're called C64 savers. I'll drop in an image. BWAC makes them. He's done a pretty sophisticated one, and what that does is you just literally just plug it into your power supply in one end, plug the other end into your C64, and if your power supply does go bad, then it stops any dangerous overvoltage that could fry your C64. If you're on the lookout for a replacement power supply that you want, so you can keep things, your setup looking original, then these ones are by far the best ones to go for, because yeah, they can be easily repaired. The only other alternative then is, yeah, if you're not too worried about having a non-matching power supply, is just buy a aftermarket one. There are several available on eBay, or you can even hack together one yourself. I've seen somebody hack one together using a couple of an AC wall wart and a 5 volt wall wart, and yeah, just slap them in a case and screw it shut, and job done with a bit of wiring. One thing you can do with these ones is, if you do pop the tops off, is take the cables out, because obviously if you want to build your own power supply, reusing the cable is a good idea because you've already got the plugs on. These may be the worst power supplies for failing, but the good thing is that they have these nice molded plugs on there, not like these ones which use these horrible 2 half shell ones. Same here. So for that reason, these ones are good, even if you can pick one up that's bad, just so you can salvage the cable off it. It's a lot easier than making up your own. Okay, so we've got 2 C64 bread bins on the bench. They're the same model, same motherboard revision. Both of these had or has faults. This first one here, let's take a look at this one. This one out the way. This is one I picked up off eBay, and this is a 250407 board, and when I received it, the 2 6526s and also the SID chip were missing. So I borrowed some out of a donor board, put them in. I mean, technically you don't actually need these to test the board or the SID. The board will work without them and boot. And the board didn't boot, so I used a dead test card, which gives a series of flashes if there is a RAM fault to indicate the RAM fault. And for this board, sure enough, it had a RAM fault. So as you can see here, I socketed all the RAM chips and removed them. The ones that were in it were these things. These are, focuses, MT branded RAM, and or I could even put it here in front of this one. No, it's not going to see it, too dark. And this stuff is notorious for going bad. Basically, if you have a C64, when you turn it on you get a black screen, i.e. the video signal is detected, but you get a black screen and you see empty RAM chips in there, then the law of averages are that one or more of the chips will be bad. And yeah, even if they do work, it's actually a good idea to replace them because they will eventually go bad. That's pretty much guaranteed. And from what I understand and read online, MT had an issue during the production of a lot of these chips, so they actually degrade over time. It's not a case of will they go bad, it's a case of when they will go bad. So that is one common fault on these machines. I replaced these with some NEC branded chips. If you see other branded chips, I mean, it is possible that they go faulty, but when that happens, sometimes it can only be one chip that's faulty, whereas with the MT, you could have half of them faulty, if not all of them. I think in this case, I think 6 of the chips were faulty when I tested them. If you want to test these kind of chips yourself, it's actually quite easy to do. All you need is like a Arduino Nano or something like that, and a breadboard, and you just hook up some wires, and you can get some code that will run on it, and it'll just test around. It's a nice cheap way of doing it. A couple of euros, a couple of dollars for a Nano and a few bits of wire, you know, it's not going to cost the earth. One of the other things that does go bad on these quite often is this chip here, the PLA chip. The MOS chips are notorious for going bad over time. They did have other companies produce them. Signetics, if I pronounce that correctly, did a PLA chip, and those ones are pretty reliable. So if you see those, then you're pretty much guaranteed that it's going to work. It's not going to be a problem. This thing all runs fine, but this PLA chip does work, but it's marginal. So if you run software, it seems to work fine, but if you run, even if you run the diagnostics cartridge, it actually passes all the tests. But if you try and run dead test on it, it'll actually indicate a RAM fault, and that's because it's not able to probably detect the RAM because this chip is probably not quite up to spec. And we can take a look at that in a moment when we have a look at the diagnostic cartridge. For now, we'll just pop the lid back on this. I had somebody fitted a mod to this, which is kind of a bit sad. I mean, if they'd put it on the back, it would have looked a lot better. It's just a reset switch. This is another one with the same revision board. I won't bother unplugging the keyboard this time. Quite a lot of the chips in there I did socket off some of them for ease of use. It has the 6581 SID chip. The SID chips, unfortunately, they also go bad. Usually the actual sound chips themselves carry on working, but it's the filters that are built into the chips. They tend to go bad, and once they go bad, that's it. On this board, obviously the RAM is here and it's not MT branded, so that works fine. There's no issues with that. Most of the other, like the basic, the character ROM and the kernel ROM, they're not MOS branded chips, but the rest are. This PLA works absolutely fine. With their test, it'll run normally, no issues. But where this one fails is on this 6526 chip. So the machine seems to work perfectly fine, and then, but as soon as you try and run their test, it'll come up with U2 as an error. So even if you see somebody on eBay selling one and they're saying, yeah, it's tested, it works fine, you know, you can see a picture of the screen and some writing on there, that's no guarantee that it's going to be any good. For a start, you can't even tell if the SID chip is working from a picture, obviously, or even if there is one there. A lot of times people will buy these just to pillage the SID chips because they go for 40, 50, 60 euros on eBay at the moment. Unfortunately, a lot of people just buy these machines just to break them down and scrap them because they can make more money selling them as parts than they can sell them as a whole machine, which is something I'm totally against. We should preserve as many of these old machines as possible, and that's why I own, I think, 3 bread bins and a couple of C models, as well as various other Commodores. I recently picked up 2 C16s for a pretty good price, and I have a whole bunch of 128s. So we'll give this a test also in a bit. With the SID chip, this is a SwinSID, which is basically, it's just an Atmel microcontroller that basically does its best to simulate a SID chip. It's not the best solution in the world, but it's better than nothing, that's for certain. As long as you're not a purist, if you've got a C64 with a bad or missing SID, then you know you don't want to spend too much money, because maybe you play a few games on it here and there. This is a good alternative. There are ones like the ARM SID where it's supposedly almost identical to a real SID. There's hardly any difference in it. If you use it a lot and you really want to get as close as possible, then that would be a solution. With the PLAs, there are various solutions to replace that. Certain types of EEPROMs can be programmed to work in place of a SID, which are generally not 100% compatible, but compatible enough for most things. But also there's things like the Plankton, and there is a new one available using a CPLD. I can't remember the name of it. I can probably put a message up on the bottom of the screen with more details of that. So let's get this hooked up to some power and check it out and see what we get. That's power, so no good plugging that into the video port. That'd ruin your day if it fitted. Okay, and as we can see, we get a nice reasonably clear screen. I mean, yeah, you've got the jail bars on there. That's a common fault with all these or not so much a fault, but an issue with all these C64s. Some are better than others. This one's not too bad, so you know, I haven't like tried to fit any kind of S-video mod or replacement for the modulator in there. I don't see the point. So let's break out the dead test. So we've got, for the cassette port, we've got the actual diagnostics ROM, which is 4 different diagnostics in one. We have the user port cartridge. This plugs into the IEC port, and then we have the cables and the keyboard connector. These are produced by a guy down in the south part of Germany, Sven Pedersen. He does quite a few projects for the C64 VIC-20. I recently picked these up off him, and yeah, they are a fantastic tool to have. As I said, both these have minor faults on them, which are completely not detectable when using the machine. So let's get these hooked up and we will run some diagnostics. Oh, let's pop the lid off because obviously we need to plug in the keyboard dongle. I think the cartridge can go on a bit further once. I think it's sliding forwards a little bit. Okay, so here is our keyboard. Okay, so control port 1. Control port 2. Helps if I plug it in the right way. Okay, and this is for our cassette interface. Okay, and then using the switches on the side, we can choose set 1 and set 2. So we want set 1, which is down here, and then we want the first of all the diagnostics. And contact. Okay, so it's now testing the RAM, 0-page stack is fine. It's testing the screen RAM. That's fine. RAM test 1. Okay. Number 2. Come on. That's okay. PLA test is okay. And now it's silencing the color RAM. I'm not sure what the difference is between screen RAM and color RAM. Okay, so now it's tasting our ports, and there we can see user port 2, or user port is listed as bad. It sounds like there's a bit of an issue there with the SID chip as well. But definitely, yeah, we're getting a bad on U2 for the user port. So at some point I have to take this out and socket it and then put a different one in and retest it. Originally the test did show that this chip here, which is just a MUX, it's a 4066 U28, it's literally just a switch. That was faulty, so I replaced that. So we turn it off now, and we'll flip the switch to put it onto dead test, and we put it on again. Okay, and yeah, the SID sounds perfectly fine on the dead test. Obviously this doesn't test the 6522s because yeah, this just tests the core machine. But yeah, everything else seems to be working. Even the count in the for the timers on the 6526s, that's working fine. I mean, that can be an indication of a bad chip if those counters are not moving, but everything is fine. So yeah, it just goes to show you that the machine can look like it's working perfectly fine but still have a fault on it without the actual diagnostic harness, unless you actually try to do something with that port. In this case it says the user port is bad. You wouldn't know there was anything wrong. I mean, if somebody was selling this on eBay, they'd plug it in and say, oh, it comes on, it looks fine. You just don't know. It's certainly something where the test harness is invaluable. So let's just turn this off and we'll take a look at this other bread bin. Okay, so we'll go for diagnostics first of all. Okay, so it's testing the RAM. RAM test 1 is fine. Yeah, PLA test is saying it's okay. Testing the color RAM. This is the machine where I replaced the RAM chips. Okay, and it's also saying that U2 is bad on this, which is strange because the other day it was saying it was fine. Okay, SID chip's fine, but it's strange that it's saying now that U2 is bad on this machine as well, when it was perfectly fine the other day. So maybe something is amiss there. Okay, so let's try switching these chips over. When you're working on a board, usually touching the board itself is fine, but if you want to actually start taking chips out, then you need to wear an anti-static wrist strap. Probably not the best way to remove a chip, but you know, needs must. Come on. There's a problem with that chip. If it says then, if it still says U2 is bad, then yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on there then. I think the PLA chip just died. Let's try dead test. And we're getting nothing. Absolute zip. Which is odd. Ah, there we go. We're getting flashes. I do believe the PLA chip just died whilst filming. It was marginal before, as you saw. The machine the diagnostics started running, and the screen went garbled, and then nothing. Yeah, it is. The chip is now getting very warm. Okay, let's remove the diagnostic cartridge. And nothing, blank screen. So there you have it. It was a marginal PLA, now it's a dead PLA. RIP. Looks like I will be ordering some PLAs, because I actually have another board which is a slightly later revision than this, that also is in need of a PLA. Well, I never. So yeah. So if you let's take that off a second. So if you don't have any of this test equipment or other diagnostic tools, another good way is to check is if the chips are getting warm. If you touch a chip and it's like you have to pull your finger straight away because it's burning, that's usually a pretty good indicator that the chip is dead. Let's just pop this back on here, and we will dispose of you. This was a machine I recently picked up. It's very, very yellow. Somebody put this in as a reset switch and put this other huge big toggle switch in here. I mean, you can see by the size of the hole. I mean, I can get my pinky in there, and I don't have small hands. Number 6 key's broken. A few of the other keys are chipped, but you know, I just use it as a test machine. This is actually a slightly later revision board. This is 250425. The other one was a 407, and the main difference is the circuitry for the VIC2, the clock chip, clocks and timing and everything is greatly reduced. You've got one chip and the VIC2. The other notable change is that on the other machine the PLA is here and the SID is here. On this one, this is the PLA and this is the SID. Also, you can see that you know, the circuitry here. If I just bring another one of these back in, you can compare the two. So you can see the difference. Obviously, yeah, you can see that you know, the circuitry around here is greatly reduced on this one. You haven't got this big, huge choke, which for some reason, whenever I see these, even on all my machines, the tops of these are always chewed up. It's just like when they manufactured the board, they must have just stuck them on top and the pins must have gouged on there because it's the highest point in this area. So you can see that there's comparably less electrolytic capacitors. I mean, just here alone you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and here you've got 1. Okay, here you've got a little tactant. You got these here, we're on here, none. So obviously, you know, this was slightly more cost reduced. You got a transistor here, whereas you don't have it here. You got some bodged in diode there. So other than the SID, and which I pinched to put in another machine, this one had a dead PLA chip. I recently did a repair video on this. If you take a look on my channel, and yeah, literally I just switched it on and I just touched the chips. I touched that one, it was burning hot. So instantly I knew, oh actually this one, sorry, that's the SID. Instantly I knew that, yeah, the PLA was gone, because it was just so hot. So I took the PLA, the one that just died, off that board and put it into here, and yeah, it worked fine. Up until it just died. For reliability, the better machines to go for, especially if you're a hobbyist, or not somebody even a hobbyist, you just want to get into retro and have an old 8-bit machine to have a bit of fun with, is to get the C64C, because these machines are considerably more reliable than the older bread bins. If you can get a bread bin with a Zignetics PLA, then usually those are pretty rock solid. But otherwise, yeah, the Moss ones, they're always going to be a bit flaky. Let's just pop the lid off this. Now this is an earlier C64C. You can see, if you are an Amiga owner, you'll recognize this, the keyboard latching underneath, lugs on the front of the case. On this one, there is a metal shield. Unfortunately, I can't do away with the metal shield because they also hold the keyboard, all the keyboard brackets. I suppose this one could probably self-support itself, but this one can't. Without the actual shield itself, it would just, yeah, it would just collapse. This one probably would as well, because there's only that thin thing there. On this machine I have a SD to IC, an internal one built in, so I just have the SD card sticking out of there discreetly. Most of the common thing on these machines is that the SID chip, this is an 8580 R5, and the VIC2 chip on all these machines are generally socketed. That's why you'll see a lot of times that those chips have been pilfered, and they just sell the rest. They take those two chips because they're quite valuable. They tend not to take the other chips because the people doing it are just scalpers. They don't have any skills to remove the other chips, like the 6526s or the CPUs, which are soldered, so they don't even bother. They just literally just rob out the socketed chips and move on, and then just try and sell the rest for as much as possible on eBay. This is a later SID, obviously, it's an 8580. There are differences in the sounds between the two. The purists will say, obviously, in the earlier SIDs are the better. Some people say the 8580 are the better. And yeah, you can create a track, some music for the older one, and play it on this, and it will sound terrible, and vice versa, because there are differences in there. This has the what's known as the Super PLA. This is a Commodore branded one, but again, these things are pretty rock solid. One thing to note is that the RAM chips have been reduced from 8 chips down to just 2 chips, and overall there is considerably less chips. This is known as a shortboard. A lot of the glue logic that was on the other board in discrete chips has now all been included within this PLA, and here we have our color RAM. And yeah, there isn't a huge amount more. It's certainly a very more minimalistic machine. So let's hook up the old dead test and fire that up. I'm not sure what's going to make with the SD to IEC plugged into there. It shouldn't cause any issues as far as I know, because yeah, obviously this I can't just disconnect it because it's soldered into the board. Now to me that SID sounds exactly the same as the other. Yep, and that's totally fine. We'll switch it over to dead test. Yep, and that tests fine. Okay, so I do have one more C64C to look at, and this was probably one of the latest ones that came off the production lines, because this one is a greatly cost reduced one. If we flip it over, we can see instead of having screws for the cases, we have these plastic tabs. This one's made in China, and this one is actually called the C64E. So is the other one. The other one has a sticker that says C64E on the inside, but yeah. And let's just unplug that. And a big difference with this is obviously there's no metal shield. There is no keyboard mounting brackets. The keyboard actually is held in by clips on the underside of the case here, so, and does come out rather too easily. The actual board itself is pretty much the same. There aren't a huge amount of differences between the two, but the notable difference is that the video RAM chip here is now been integrated into the Super PLA, and this Super PLA is a sharp one. And yes, unfortunately, when these go bad, they're pretty hard to get hold of. But luckily, they don't go bad very often. Usually, if that's gone bad, it's probably due to somebody connecting a bad power supply to it. I do have a board. This is the same revision board, I do believe. Yes, yeah, this is a same revision board. I picked this up off eBay for €15 plus shipping. I think it was about 18-19 euros in total. Yeah, the SID chip was missing obviously, and also the VIC2 chip and the clock chip. The rest was there and actually soldered. All these sockets I fitted afterwards. In fact, all the chips with the exception of the Super PLA have been socketed, so I could test them. As you can see here, I didn't have a 24 pin socket, so I just cut a few pins off a 28. So yeah, I took a punt on this one. That, you know, it was just somebody had pilfered the chips on it and then decided to sell the board. But unfortunately not. When I plugged this in, the first thing I noticed was that the CPU was getting rather hot, far too hot. So I desoldered that, then plugged it in, didn't put anything else in just to be on the safe side. I didn't want it frying anything else. And then, yeah, the character ROM then got very, very hot. So I took that off, plugged it back in, then, you know, the combined basic kernel ROM, that started to get in very hot. So I replaced that as well. And then, lo and behold, same thing with the 265 26s. So yeah, I literally replaced a lot. I put in all known working chips and the board still didn't work. So I then took out all these support chips and tested those in case one of those was faulty. They all actually tested fine, which is strange that everything else didn't. So yeah, then the only suspect then is this Super PLA. Obviously somebody plugged in a power supply that's bad on there, and yeah, just sent probably 10 volts through the board and just fried all the chips, They plugged it in, turned it on, and went, "Oh, it's not working." They probably took off the SID and the VIC, put them off the side, and then decided to sell the board. So there's a high probability that the VIC and the SID chip were also fried. So yeah, karma. That's all I can say. The only thing I don't like about these cheap capture devices is it always puts the source and the input and the output message up there and on the OSD, and it stays there for like 20 odd seconds. It was there for 2 or 3 seconds, maybe 5. Yeah, but it's annoying. Now it's gone. Okay, so far so good. Testing the color RAM. Serial port's not, dongle's not plugged in. So of course it's going to say serial port is bad. Where did I put that? And did I leave it attached to the other machine? Oh, there it is. Okay. So 0 page is okay, stack is okay, screen RAM. Okay, RAM test 1. Okay, RAM test 2. And color RAM. Yep, it's all fine. Kernel, basic, and character, cassette, keyboard, everything. Perfect. So I'd like to give a big shout out to Competiton for building such a great diagnostic harness, so the rest of us don't have to. I could have built one myself. I mean, there's plenty of schematics out there on. Sven's done, a brilliant job, and also he 3D printed these 2 cases. This is just using a normal, I think, off-the-shelf cartridge case, and yeah, made up all the cables. I also have the C128 diagnostic cartridge here, which I will be testing in one of my upcoming videos, because I just got hold of a C128 flat, which is in a pretty sorry state, so that'll come in handy there. I also like to give a big shout out to Transmission64 for inviting me to do this video for them. I hope you enjoyed the content and found it useful, and hopefully it'll inspire some of you to go out and maybe pick up a C64 and do a bit of tinkering, have a bit of fun. As always, thank you for watching.
All right, folks, hello once more, and many thanks to Graham Tinkers for that very informative presentation. Much appreciated. Coming up very soon, we have the C64 Music Compo, the only music compo, of course. It's going to be a good one, so make sure you're in snacks, in drinks, etc., and we'll be with you in a couple of minutes. See you soon. 2 minutes to go until the music compo. Get yourselves ready, get a beer. I've already got mine. See you shortly. All right, here we go. First compo of the day. I'm very excited about this one. We've had some fantastic entries for this, the music competition, starting now. Let's go. Let's do this. Going to be here for the next 50, 60 minutes, something like that. First entry, Stabile Altbauten. We have, and I'm truly sorry if I mispronounce this, Egel Haarfriseur. Power to all our friends, to the music that never ends. was intense. All right, number 1 there from Stabila Outbouten. Bit of uns at the end there for you uns lovers. Next up, we have is that LDX40 from Onslaught. Gold is the metal with the broadest shoulders. Gold is the metal with the broadest shoulders. I do like that title. That's from LDX40 of Onslaught. Thank you very much. Next up, we have a pretty nice cover version here from Nordish Sound of Hokuto Force Mega Man X. This is the Storm Eagle level music. Nordish Sound there with a cover of Storm Eagle from Mega Man X. Next up, we have our dear friend Proton of Finnish Gold. Chase On is the tune. Number 4. Proton, a good friend and supporter of this party of ours. Next up, we have Rurley of Mayday with Signality. Signality there, Rowley of Mayday. That was our 5th entry. Thank you very much for that. Next up, we got Spidey, also of Mayday. Spider Jerusalem with Pointless Patterns. Pointless Patterns. Oh, those patterns were anything but pointless to my ears. That was Spider Jerusalem there. Next up, Weird Biscuit by Chris Weems of Atlantis. That was Chris Weems of Atlantis. A good bunch of lads. Next up, Celtic Design of Genesis Project with Epic Fail, entry number 8. Lovely chords there from Celtic Design of Genesis Project, Epic Fail. That was our 8th entry. Coming up next, it's me, Brosh, with Lydia on speed dial. Greetings to Lydia Lunch. Lydia on speed dial, and I do love this scene, actually. That is a correct comment. That was number 9. Next up, we have Chinny 6581 of The Solution with Pirate's Blade 2. beautiful piece there, Pirate's Blade 2. That was our 10th entry. Next up, we have an original SID tune from Hatebush, Polonaise of Destruction. I just know that something bad is gonna happen with Hatebush, Polonaise of Destruction there. Next up, we have Steel from Genesis Project with Augmented Arguments. One of the coolest cats in the game. Steel Genesis project with augmented arguments there. Real head bobber, that one. That was our 12th entry. Next up, we are taking first class to Funktown with Vincenzo of Lethargy and Singular. Number 13. Destination, Funktown. I hear the weather is very nice in Funktown at this time of year. That was from Vincenzo. Really nice stuff. Next up, Constellations by Jammer of MultiStyle Labs. Okay, moody piece from our friend Jammer. Constellations, our 14th entry of the music compo. Next up now, I shall tell you that all of our entries today were recorded from my trusty 8580 SID chip, except this one, which I recorded from my bread bin with 6581. Here is Mutatus of Artline Designs with Tooting My Own Horn. And the population of Funktown is increasing, it would seem. That was Mutatus there. Really cool tune. Next up, we have Linosh with Simon and Mother Funkle. That was Simon and Simon and Mother Funkle by Linus from MultiStyle Labs there. Nice one. 16th entry in this competition. And what's this? We have Shogun with Jammer Akbar, tribute to Jammer the Goat. That was Jammer Akbar by Shogun of Elysium and MultiStyle Labs. And I do believe we have reached the end of the music competition. Several thanks to all entrants. That was a real blast. Really thrilled by how that compo came out. And next up, we're going to have the PETSCII Graphics Competition. And that is in 23 minutes' time. So get yourselves another drink, and we'll be seeing you again very soon. Thanks. This is your 5-minute warning. PETSCII Compo, 5 minutes. Grab a beer, make yourself comfortable, and get ready for PETSCII. Oh yes, see you in a minute. Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. Do you come here often? Do you like, do you like PETSCII graphics? I like PETSCII graphics, and I'm in luck because it is now time for our next compo block. 2 competitions right now, the first of which is indeed the PETSCII graphics competition, starting now. And as with the last time we did this online, we have received an embarrassment of riches when it comes to PETSCII graphics. So thanks in advance to all entrants for submitting their fantastic text-based, text mode PETSCII graphics pieces. It's been real fun looking through these. After this, we're going to have basic fader compo, so don't go away after this one. Yep, I think we're all set to go. Hope you're all doing okay. Hope you're all having a good time. I'll talk to you again very soon. Let's enjoy some PETSCII together. Cheers. Dear friends, that was our PETSCII graphics competition. It has now ended. Many thanks to everyone who entered. And we did have some entries by some youngsters today, so it would appear that the future of C64 is secure. You can't really hang your hat on much these days, but you can hang your hat on the scene continuing, which is a wonderful thing, I think. So, yes, thanks again, everyone. That was great. Next up, we're going to go straight into the next competition, which is a new compo. We've been trying something out here, basic fader competition. And what does that say? We're starting in, I think we're going straight in, is that right? Yeah, we are. Okay, ignore that timer. So we're going to go straight in. And the basic fader competition, basically, a basic fader, basically, is an effect at the beginning of a demo that transitions from the screen the demo is run with to the start of the demo proper. So you'll be familiar with these if you've seen many modern C64 demos. This should be interesting, I think. Let's have a look and see what we have. We're going to open with an entry from Vintage Computing Corinthia. This is Basic Geese Fader. Entry number 1. Short but sweet, no doubt. That was it. That was our first entry. Basic Geese Fader. What does that mean? What do they mean by Basic Geese Fader? Maybe stick around and find out. Our next entry is by Artline Designs. Oh, yes. Fader Mastermind. What do these boys from Finland have for us today? Code and graphics by Jab. Audio by Frostbite there from Artline Designs. ALD. bringing us a really cool basic fader. That was the end of the compo, but hopefully we can repeat this one, and maybe some of you will be inspired to participate. I think it's got some potential, this thing. Maybe see you next time. So our next compo is the graphics compo, but we're not going to go there just yet because we have to hear from a very valued friend of ours. Bacchus of Fairlight is now going to deliver a talk based on C64 development environments. So stick around. Fairlight in the building, going to school us for the next half hour, 45 minutes or so. And we'll be seeing you after that for the graphics compose, so stick around. Thanks a lot.
Howdy hackers, and welcome to another episode of Fairlight TV. This is not like a regular Fairlight TV episode, because this one is also a presentation that will be originally shown on Transmission64, the party in early December. I envy you guys who could be on location. I'm actually traveling during that week, so I will not be in... I will not be able to join you anyways, but for those who are now in a party watching a screen with me on the screen, hi guys! My name is Pontus Berg. You are likely knowing me as Bacchus of Fairlight. I lead the C64 section. I'm one of the three that manage the entire group, all the segments, but my predominant activity has always been on the C64. If you haven't heard of me, that will be a shame. Then I failed in my mission to make my name known. FRaNKy asked me to present something for you at Transmission64, so that's what I'm going to do. And the topic he suggested for me was setting up a coding environment for coding for the C64. That does not mean coding on the C64, it's coding for the C64. But in order to go through the different options we have available for us, let's start by coding the options coding on the C64. Alright, so now we are on the other screen here, and I should start with this. So, and I'm actually starting before this. So, when you start coding on the 64, you typically fire up the machine code monitor inside your cartridge. That will be the very logical first thing to do. And you do assemble 1000, inc do20, and then on 1003 you do jump to 1000, and then you do go to 1000. And you have your first flashing water, which is sort of the hello world example of coding machine code on the C64. That's the basic and the easiest thing you can possibly write when coding machine code. But as soon as you have something that's more than 20 lines of code, I would strongly urge you to move away from the machine code monitor and go into an assembler where you edit the text in one environment, and then you assemble that to the binary code that you can eventually run. The thing that most people used when coding demos on or also general coding of anything on the C64 scene was TurboAssembler by Omnicron. I've also seen that my 5.1 version is one of the more spread. I mean, Antitrack did the original crack of the program, and then people did their own little tweaks and patches. Most of them were sort of around ensuring that you had your favorite color scheme in the environment. I think I did a little bit more than that. I made it action replay compliant, so when you did the memory view, it wouldn't crash your action replay. And I also think that smash and return would point you back to the actual assembler so unless you change the NMI vector inside the running program, you can smash your restore and you would return. That was a handy way to do it. TurboAssembler has a number of rather significant limitation. So in general, coding on the native machine gives you limitation of speed. You are running on 1 megahertz. You're not running on a modern PC with gigahertz and parallel processing and yeah, what have you not, multiple cores and all of that. You have a very limited storage. So when you're storing your files, you cannot like slam control save every second or every 5 seconds, because every time you save on the C64, it's adding a file to a directory, and eventually or quite quickly your disks become full. So this is where the 1581 became rather handy, and also having something like Jiffy DOS installed in the machine, so you could also save at a reasonable speed. Memory, that's sort of the predominant constraint. If you are coding anything whatsoever and you have the assembler, your source code, and also the binary sharing the same 64K of memory, that is a massive restriction. If you are coding anything that is remotely beyond or even a fraction beyond the very basics, then you would run into issues with that sort of memory constraint. For me, one of the bigger issues as well is the limited screen estate. I mean, the 64 would have 25 times 40 characters, where if you see the screen here, that the lower two are actually occupied by information messages. It's sort of an information bar. Well, you could argue that the first one, where we are sort of pushing ourselves, is redundant. But as far as I remember, it actually sort of updated that, and there are additional information there in some of the aspects. But the lower line you cannot get rid of, because you need to know the line and the X and if it's on insert mode and all of that. That simply needs to be there. So regardless of how you do it, the screen estate is very limited on the native machine. And the functionality of the assembler is also restricted. I mean, the normal 5.1 is non-macro. So if you wanted any sort of macro functionality, you would need to have the specific TurboAssembler macro edition. And that one was, it had macros, but it ate another hex 1000 bytes of memory. So it started at 8000 rather than 9000. Giving you even less memory available for your binary. And quite frankly, the C64 keyboard was way better than the Spectrum. These little rubber things on the Spectrum could alone be a reason for hating it forever. But getting back to the C64 and typing on a real piece of hardware today, compared to typing on your normal PC keyboard, it's not that good, is it? No, not really, no. It's decent for its time. It was absolutely good, but you couldn't change it. I mean, it's an integral part of the machine, so you have to have that keyboard. That's what you stick with. And it has to, you simply must make do with what you have. But if you code on a PC today, you have you can select from hundreds of different keyboards that fit your need. The C64 keyboard is not one of the top 100 keyboards you would ever select, right? I'm sorry to tell you that, but that is an absolute fact. Okay, so TurboAssembler 5.1, if you insist that you want to code on the 64 and you want to have the maximum number of restriction but still want an assembler, then the best option is TurboAssembler. I couldn't for my life imagine why you would want to do that, but if you insist, that's where it is. Okay, the next window I'm going to show you here is the cross assembler by Fairlight. We spend a lot of time developing our tools, ensuring that we sort of had the best tools available. So I'm not showing you the Fairlight edition of standard tools just because I want to promote our stuff, but I would actually like to think that we did a lot of good when it came to developing relevant development opportunities for people. So XAS is a development kit based on TurboAssembler. The main difference is that it's sort of running in it's supporting the RAM expansion unit, REU, typically the 17XX, like the 1764 or something similar. 1764 was the one I had. We upgraded them to be sort of 512K, which I think was the absolute maximum you can get them to do. So what this is doing is using two banks. I've explained this before in other context, and I actually read up on the instructions now, and I think I got it a bit wrong, but it doesn't really matter. So what you do is you run a source bank and an object bank. A source bank is where the assembler is, where the source is, and the object bank is where you place all your sort of binary resources, like the music and like the graphics and code by somebody else. Everything you just throw into the object bank. And when the machine is then assembling, it's not assembling to the RAM of the actual computer. It's assembling into the object bank. And then when everything is done, it copies down the memory of the source bank into the current bank into the source bank, and then it copies the binary the object bank into the computer RAM, and then starts the program. This is all sort of available to you. This just happens in the background. Oh yeah, thank you so much. That was my Google Home saying it couldn't connect to the internet. Sorry about that. So the cross assembler is sort of the XAS is using the same machine and the RAM expansion unit basically like a cross assembler. You only need the disk state of one machine, and everything is really smooth and really fast because you are assembling it directly into the object bank, which is then swapped in. So the only thing you need is to have this little one block routine that will get you back into the source bank. That was also written to the object bank. Unless you borked it, you would just sys where on the page where you have put that return routine. And if you totally trashed it and you would want to get everything back, what you could do is just load a little file that you would have on your disk, which is also one block big, and then boot that and then return to the source bank. So this is it was a very good way of preserving your source, because having a program going berserk would very, very unlikely trash anything in the RAM expansion unit. Unless you kind of coded RAM expansion unit programs, your programs were safe in the source bank. I could show you this as well. So the XMEM assembler, again based on TurboAssembler, but it had one other thing in it. And these are the additional new commands. You can select object bank, select disk drive. Not everyone would want to do work with device 8. Potentially you would have your device, your 1541 as device 8, and your 1581 as device 9, and then you would save your source files to device 9. And we have support for that. That was absolutely not in the original. Hunt for labels, and then here setting the page for the return routine. But one of the more prominent additions to the kind of capabilities of the programming environment was TronMon. That is original piece of work by Tron, Micke Olsson. where you could actually edit like a standard machine code monitor, but you could select the bank you worked with. It could be the current CPU bank or the current computer, but it could just as well be one of the 64K banks inside the RAM expansion unit. I mean, today Vice doesn't support the RAM expansion unit inside the machine code monitor, so I'm unaware of any other mean to access and modify and inspect the RAM expansion unit content as TronMon did already in '93. So let's see here. Here is TronMon commands. So TronMon 2.1 is the version that we shipped with XS 3.3, which I think is the last version we shipped. It's sort of built on the action replay monitor syntax-wise, so that's where we took it from, but it has a number of quite nice features. Numbers, you don't need to have the preceding 0, you can just do 8 rather than 08 if you want to. And you can have commas and you can have spaces. It understands both. So that's also one of the things it could do that no other or very few other monitors would do. Bank select is where you select if you want to work with the current bank in RAM or if you want to select one of the RAM expansion unit banks. Yeah, and then it has, this is on Fairlight to/docs if you want to read up on the TronMon. That's that page. So the third thing you can do is a cross assembler, and cross assembler would be two machines where you have the source in one machine and also the source and the assembler, of course, and then the result would be sent over some sort of connection to a receiving machine. The receiving machine would need to have some sort of receiving routine that would manage the incoming signals and boot up or whatever. There are solutions for this that has been around for a long time. You could have two C64s doing this, but predominantly the source machine and the machine that ran the assembler would be one of the bigger machines. In the first years it would be an Amiga, but sometimes, like a few years later, it was more and more common that other machine was a PC, and that's, I think this is more of the setup that the professional developers of the software houses were using, some sort of bigger machine that would assemble to the C64, and then the C64 would be just a slave having this little thing, the receiving routine in it, and then it would boot and then it would run. The solutions I have seen for this, they have all been so that you could store things in the C64 memory and run it. I haven't seen anything that would generate a disk for you, so I haven't seen the option of like storing 10 files or a full demo on a disk and then run it. I haven't seen that. It could be that it's available. It's just me that I haven't seen it. But so that's one of the restrictions of cross development. You simply don't like generate a full demo out of it. You are generating something where you run it on the native machine. But the good thing is you are running it on the real C64. So compared to emulators, you are running it on something which is 100% compatible because it's the original thing. So of course it's compatible because it's the thing to be compatible with. But again, one of the drawbacks, or kind of the key drawback, would be that you can't build disk images unless you develop some sort of solution for that, which I don't think is available. The other drawback, if you see this as a drawback, would be the desk estate, the physical estate on your desk. You would need to have two machines, possibly two monitors, two sets of keyboards, and you would need to go back and forth between them. If you compare that to developing everything on the PC, running it on the PC and all of that, then you just need that machine. So I wouldn't rule out cross development as like something you could run today, please feel free. I mean, it's your life. You are going to do whatever you like. It's not my kind of solution of choice, but having said that, there is nothing like really wrong with it. So if you think that is the way forward, then do that. So now we're getting into the meatier part of this discussion, and that would be using a bigger machine, because one of the things I would like to iterate is that no one will thank you for investing more pain and effort into a production than is needed. They would judge you by the result. They will not judge you by the inefficiency of your tools. So if you are going to cut down a tree, you can do it with a knife. It takes forever, and it's probably also a bit dangerous, but you can do it, and you can do it with an axe. But you can also do it with a chainsaw. The chainsaw is so much faster, and it gives you the same result with a lot more precision than the other options. But again, once the tree is down, nobody cared how you did it. They would possibly consider you a bit of a retard if you did it with a knife. But again, you took down the tree, so please feel free to use a knife. It's just not my choice. I would like to always use the tools that produces the best result with the minimum effort, right? And nothing that runs on the native C64 is the most efficient tool. Okay, it's simply not. So the options that run on the C64, you can categorize them in two packages. And I'm now doing an analogy. Us being old, I presume that several of you are almost as old as I am. When we bought our first stereos, the thing you could buy for a reasonable set of money was this all-in-one kind of package. It was the cassette deck, it was the radio, it was the amp, and on top it also had the record player. If one of those pieces, or if you are a bit younger, you might have had a CD player in that set, but the general view here is it's an all-in-one package. If the CD player broke, you basically had one part of the unit which you couldn't use. Then you needed to have, if you needed to send it to repair, you would need to send the entire thing to repair. If you found that the tape deck was substandard and you wanted a better tape deck, then you suddenly had the issue that you still had this integrated tape deck. You couldn't just pour it out and put something else in that was better, because it's a one-in-all combination, and it has the restrictions of an all-in-one combination. The same sort of setup is also available here as a development environment. This is sort of the all-in-one package options, and I'm going to show you two of them. This one is C64 Studio, the other one is CBM PRG Studio. So they are both something with like C64, and there's also something with Studio. It's quite easy to confuse them and mix them up, but yeah, so this is how it is. Let's start with C64 Studio. So what you can do here is that you can do assembler code. Let's see if there is something in the menu window here. So breakpoints, debug. This one, it doesn't include the emulated environment. That would be sort of ridiculous. So you need to install Vice, because that is the emulator it supports. But it supports the remote monitoring, so you can actually sort of remote debug using it, which is a nice feature that this has. But let's see, it has a text editor. So here you select the characters, and by clicking here and that, and Yeah, I know this looks like crap, but don't kill me for it. So what you do here is you build screens out of the potential characters that you have here. And then you can have, like, this is a graphics editor, and I'm sort of retarded when it comes to painting, so I really shouldn't do this. Let's do this, and this, and custom color mapping. Yeah, I don't know. This is not the program I'm using, so I'm just playing with it here for your enjoyment, and seemingly your enjoyment here means that I don't have any clue what I'm doing. I was imagining, you do like this. Okay. Yeah. Super nice painting. So I guess this is sort of a drawing bitmap. You've seen me draw on bitmap. This is more graphics than I've done in 10 years. So that's also included. Charset editor, that's where you define the actual font, and screen editor is where you sort of make that font into screens. So if I take the A here, let's see if something, I use the alpha sign here. So if I select the alpha sign and I change that, I would imagine that's changed here. No, it is of course not. It's not using that charset that I just drawn. Well, never mind. So, but it has text editor, it has like a bitmap editor, it has a charset editor, and then it also has maps. So in order for making like complex C64 games, a lot of the times where you had bigger levels, first of all, you cannot do it in bitmap. That's absolutely sort of impossible. It's too cumbersome to generate bitmap, and scrolling bitmap is also just a no-no. It's just too much data you need to shift around. I know that the Roland Brothers did VSP tricks and all of that in their game. So yes, it has been done, but that's not the route that people would probably recommend you to take when coding something like a fast-moving game on the C64. So in order to find sort of a sweet spot as a compromise between how big the levels are and how fast you can work with them, you have the characters, and then they build up tiles, which is sort of bigger blocks, and then the level itself is built up from the tiles. So just placing the characters all across XY would mean that you would have rather small levels, and it would still eat most of the available memory. You basically need to have something in between, which is a cluster of characters, and then you have your map would be pointing to which cluster you would be using. So some sort of level between characters and the map would make the map a lot more, a lot bigger. Let's just say a lot bigger. That would give the opportunity of having a massively big map with which doesn't consume all the memory. And here we have my little assembler code. As you can see here, you could add to your project an assembler file, a basic file, sprite, characters. So that's character set, character screen, graphics, that will be the bitmap. Map, it's probably the like the map of tiles, and then value. Yeah, I have no idea what that is, but then you can. What you do here is that you can compile, you can build, you can rebuild. So build, if you built before, it will keep track of that, so it wouldn't build the same thing again. Build and run is also launching the emulator and running your code there. Debug is sorting a debugger as well. So it's running in debug mode. But what I'm going to do now here is build and run. and of course it starts on another window. And I have no idea why this, I think it's my Vice that is doing that. So now it loaded, I assembled this. Woo! The little program I can actually also write in a machine code monitor. I can use it, I can poke it also using mnemonics, but or the hex code for this. But so I did this, I assembled that, and it automatically launched the Vice emulator. I did have issues. I'm not sure if I have a Vice version which is newer than 64 Studio is used to. I needed to take away the setting here. Probably won't edit. File preferences, so tools. I think when running this, I needed to remove the true drive emulation on and true drive emulation off. If these were maintained, I would Vice will return an error when 64 Studio tries to launch it. Yeah, so this is it. That's C64 Studio. That's one of the all-in-one programs. No, we don't need to no, we really don't need to keep any of that, because they were nothing that you would have any sort of interest in keeping. Again, that's not a program I use at all, but a similar program, which for me is a bit more mature, is this one. This one is CBM PRG Studio. It can do one thing that the previous one couldn't, and that is some sort of music. And I'm sure you would want me to test that, but I will just show it to you. I have no idea how to do music. So again, like C64 Studio, this one could do basic, it can do machine code, you can, and of course that ends up on another screen, you can do the same sort of thing with designing your fonts, sprites. Yes, let's do a new one. Okay, so and add a new. You can rotate them, that's nice. And you can do here you can do animations, so you can make an animation of sprites, and this is a very handy way. It's it looks really nice to draw it using this. And Scratchpad is when you make sort of a sprite composition that contains more than one sprite. So if you're making a running guy like in Summer Games and Impossible Mission, this is how you position them, so you can have like a grid of sprites that build up like a bigger objects that consist of multiple sprites. No, I will not want to keep that. And screen designs, add new screen designs. Yeah, so it's pretty similar to what you've seen in C64 Studio, where you can design screens as well. This is sort of a fixed screen, and you can generate. Yeah, it doesn't really fit on my screen. It's this is my little spare screen. So, but you can make multiple screens, and but again, it's not meant for like super big scrolling games. It's more like fixed screen games, like Impossible. No, what's that? Impossible. Yeah, fixed screens, and then you change to another screen. That's how you're supposed to do this. I don't think it has the tile thing and that, or does it? Quick select. All right, lines. Oh. Why you don't see that? It's showing up on the other screen. I don't use this part of the program, so I do use it for one thing. Yeah, and I should show you this. There is some sort of support for MIDI, so you can probably connect your MIDI keyboard and then record something, or you could do this. No, where is it? Here it is. Voice 1. It's changing something here. Again, you can tell I'm not a musician, and even if I was, this would probably not be my weapon of choice. Here you do build and run, and you would have, okay, let's see what happens here. I think it just installed the, yeah, so this is probably the little basic program only. Yes, testing of CBM PRG Studio, which is what you saw here. So I use this for basic. So a number of the programs I've used, I've been playing with during the last few years, had basic components to it, like Sulavalla, and editing that on the native machine was just unthinkable. So I imported the project into this because this can do a number of nice things. You can reformat your basic code, and it's just a handy way of coding basic, that you sort of compile basic into runnable basic, but the user experience of this environment is a lot better than coding it on the real C64. So that's why I import it here and use it here, and then it will never leave here until I compile it. So that's CBM PRG Studio, which I actually do use for certain applications if they contain basic. Let's go into the more, again, the stereo analogy is where you have a separate CD player, a separate vinyl player, a separate amp, a separate radio, and then you can upgrade each of the components and to have sort of a setup where the overall capabilities of your solution is what you want. So the solution is sort of held together by that you have selected the different alternatives for the different functions you would like to have. I mean, if you bought a DAT player, you could add that. That was impossible with the all-in-one solutions because there was no way to add a DAT player. There was no like physical room where you can throw that one in. So this is the same as the normal solutions I would recommend you to use. You want an assembler, you want an emulator, you want some sort of editor where you edit your text, and you want to have some sort of glue that builds that together so it's perceived as sort of an integrated development environment, an IDE, but it's really not. All the parts are interchangeable. So if you suddenly don't like the assembler you've been using, then just throw it out. Pick another one. I mean, the only thing you need to change would be if the glue needs to be adopted or adjusted so that it would encompass your new environment with the new components that you are putting into the context. The first one we're going to show you here would be this one. I had closed that one. Let's see if this is also not something I do use myself, but a number of the professionals out there who code for a living would use Visual Studio for their kind of commercial activities. This is VS Code, so it's a free version of Visual Studio, the editor part of it, which can do most of the things that you want it to do, I guess. What you then do is add Paul Hooker's little plugin to this. So what Paul has done is writing something which integrates VS Code as the text editor, with Kick Assembler as an assembler, with Vice as the emulator. It also supports C64 Debugger, as you can see on the screen here. And glues that together to a coherent solution. The Fairlight demo section uses this. I'm not saying they use Paul Hooker's little glue. I'm sure Pantaloon has done his own. But I guess it's doing basically the same thing as Paul is doing here. So this is the solution for syntax, for gluing it together. Syntax highlighting is of course absolutely important because you want to ensure that the visuals would immediately, by coloring, tell you if you've coded everything right or wrong, or if you just kind of typed, have a typo error in one of the mnemonics. That syntax highlighting will tell you if it's right or wrong. Yeah, and I can scroll through it. So it has code snippet things and code completion, and yeah, it supports basically everything you want. If this is your normal environment where you work, then this is the option you want. So follow Paul's instructions on on how to set this up. Install Vice, install yeah, whatever you need to install. You need to, yeah, Vice you need to install, and Kick Assembler you need to install, but then you need to configure it and do pick up C64 debugger when you're doing it, because that's also something you probably would like to. It's something different than Vice. It can do another set of things that Vice cannot, but it has weak points where Vice is second to none as well. So I would use both always, but for most of my development I would use Vice, and then I use C64 debugger more for my low-level hacking activities, because that's when I want to see the details of a running program, whereas Vice is more like running a program, and then you can interrupt it on wherever you want. But so there are different aspects that are the strong side of these two. That was a bit of a detour from Kick Assembler for Visual Studio Code by Paul Hooker. And if you are used to VS Code, installing another plugin is probably very easy for you. So this is just one of those additional plugins that you use for this. All right, and now we're getting into, and that's not the environment I'm using. I hope I was really clear with that. So I will not show you how to assemble or anything like that. I will not start any project on it. It's because you start a project and you just run it. It's quite straightforward when you see it done by somebody else. It's just setting up the environment. The last thing I will show you is the environment I use myself. So this was something that was very difficult for me. I actually paid money for software. Okay, Sublime is a super good text editor, and I know there are dozens of text editor out there for free, like Notepad++ and what have you not. I paid money for this because I wanted this very solution, and it's based on Sublime as the text editor, the editor you want in your integrated development environment. The basis is Sublime. The assembler, as before, is Kick Assembler. The emulator, as before, is Vice, but it can also support C64 debugger. The editor is Sublime, and the glue, the core of what makes this possible, is basically the same as what Paul Hooker did for VS Code. It's done by Simon Swoffa Oskarsson. So Swoffa of Noise did the thing that glues this together. It gives you the speed keys for doing a number of things. Let me see. No, I don't have his homepage here. Yeah, I had that before. That was a pity. Well, anyway, what you do here is you just type your code. Let's see, files here. When I code on the 64, I I do a number of tools that are sort of just doing little things that would do a particular things on the native machine. But most of the things I code is taking something binary, importing it, patching it, sometimes patching it binary, and sometimes patching it using code, which so I need to assemble new binary code into the blocks I'm fiddling with, and then saving it back to a file. and the second step of that would be exomizing or crunching or modifying the files in any other way, and in the end build a D64 as a result of that. So here I'm fiddling with Grand Monster Slam. I don't really have any real ambition of ever launching this as a crack, because Fairlight already launched that as a crack back in the days. We did receive complaints that there are issues loading the game, and rather than patching Adrian's old crack, I rather do it from scratch. So this is a truly back burner that I'm sort of fiddling with just because it's sort of fun, and I wanted to to have a look, because I also have the original. So what I'm doing is not developing normal, like if you are doing demos, it wouldn't look anything like this. So here I'm generating a file, and it would consist of these segments, and below that I have the segments. So this is the output file, the temp gg reloc prg. I import one file, I fill another memory area with 0. That's sort of a wasted space in the game, so it compresses better if I 0 fill it, so that's what I do. And then I import another segment, and that is the first 100 bytes of that file is a relocator to the other location. So what I do here is I put it directly in that location, and then I remove the header, which is just doing the relocation. That's not needed. I squeezed several files into one file. And then there is GG patch, so there is a boot, a little startup code, which I replicated from the game. I did a reassembly of that little binary, and then and I kept all of this. Yeah, this is then something that is going to be copied to the very top of memory. Yeah, and another file and another file. So every time I need to patch, I actually use the assembler to do the patching for me. File, and then the output file. I allow overlapping, because that's the whole purpose of patching. You are changing something inside an existing file. And then the segment that should be imported, that eventually needs to be patched, is this. So what happens here is basically I relocate the file, because the original file is in another location. So I set the correct location for the file, and I import it, and then it becomes that file. So it was one file, it became the same file, it's just a file on another location. Normally, I would have another segment that would be sort of a patch segment, but that's not needed for just relocation. But Kick Assembler can do that as well for you. And yeah, so there is something else I should show you on how to do this, and that's the bat file. So normally in my projects I have a bat file. I know the professional ones of you would have a real make file, where make ensures that you don't compress a file if it's already compressed. You don't assemble a file if it's already assembled. Sorry, I'm just a layman. I don't code for a living, so I'm doing my C64 stuff, and I know that make files is a thing. I just don't use it, so I'm doing a bat file. Assembling the fixed files you saw before, so this one. Exporting all the files in their change format, and then level crunching a number of files. And then the last thing I could also show you is the last thing I'm running is generating a D64, which is also one of the things that Kick Assembler can do. I know a number of people using Kick Assembler think that feature is a bit of a bloat. I personally love it because it does. I could use a third-party program doing very much the same thing, but it's for me there is really no harm in KickAssembler also doing it. And I should do a build D64. It's this. So you do a .disk with a number of parameters for the header, and then you just import the files and tell what they are. And here what you can also do is import a block, which is the directory art for this. Yeah, let's do F7. I can't open. Oh, what is that? Okay, let's. Oh, you don't see that. Sorry. Here is the window. Now I'm just clicking the makefile. Normally inside the window you would press F8, and then when you press F8 it's calling the makefile. I have no idea why there is an issue, and I will promise you that I will contact Swaffa about it. It was during one of the last major upgrades of Sublime where that stopped working, so Swaffa need to do something to change something for the setup to work. So it's the glue is sort of itching here. Okay, what happened now was that I built everything. So I did the patching of the file, I run the Exomizer on all the relevant file, and then I added them to a D64. So I need to start it like this, and rather than via total commander, rather than having an automated process, which I would have had if the F8 worked. Okay, we can see the directory here. Here you also see the directory art. That was so this block of things down here, the lower file here, is this. There seems to be an issue with those last two. Let's not mind that. I can run. we can conclude this little thing with running Grand Monster Slam, the intro of Grand Monster Slam. So Golden Goblins, it's Rainbow Arts. I can go out in style by having the Grand Monster Slam music running in the background. So thank you so much for listening. You have been listening to Pontus Berg, whom you might know as Bacchus of Fairlight, trying to educate you on setting up your development environment for developing stuff for the C64, but not on the C64. I would discourage you from using the C64 as a development environment. It's so much more efficient to do it on another machine, and most of the things I've said sort of applies to the to both Macintosh, Windows, and also Linux environment. KickAssembler is Java, so it runs on all three. Vice could be built for all three. Sublime, I think, is also available for all three. At least I know it's available for Macintosh and Windows, where I run the Windows one. And then Swaffa's glue that makes it sit together also runs on. Yeah, that's also platform independent because it's just sort of configuration of the of Sublime. So, oops. That was everything I had to say for today. Thank you so much for listening, and again, humble thanks for taking the time, and I do appreciate that you at Transmission have taken your time listening to this rather than having a chat with your buddies on location. Everyone at Transmission, hi, and looking forward to seeing you somewhere in the near future, and all the best. And if you are watching this on Fairlight TV, Don't forget to subscribe, because you do want other things such as this one. As a reminder in your inbox, the little clock button is also needed for some strange reason, so do click that one as well, and bye bye.
All right, thank you very much. The legendary Bacchus of Fairlight there, schooling us on his development odds and ends there. Thank you very much for joining us. Next up, as you see, we have a competition, the graphics competition. And much like the music competition, we received a real abundance of fantastic entries. I'm looking forward to sharing these with everyone. We're going to get straight into this, I think, so make sure you're ready for some pixel magic. Oh, yes. Cheers for sticking around, folks. We're going to be here for a little while yet. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Make sure your glasses are full. Let's rock this thing. Talk to you soon.
Outrun.
Right, that was the end of our graphics compo. 22 entries, two little ducks, quack quack. Many thanks to everyone for entering this competition. I don't think too many people will disagree when I say that the standard was very, very high this time. So yes, thanks again, really tremendous stuff. We are now going to go straight into our first music act, our first DJ set of the night. And we're very, very, very happy to introduce Ziona of Slay Radio, non-stop C64 remix set coming straight at your ears. So stick around and enjoy the tunes. Cheers, folks. Talk to you soon.
fully evolved creatures are members of the New World primates. They are known to be the most intelligent animal ever studied. They have very sensitive hearing and interesting mating habits. At 60 hertz, at about 130 beats per minute, bass monkeys are known to start dancing like they were drunk. Must be the music. Bass monkeys, like they were drunk, then they must, like crazed animals. Bass monkeys, like they were drunk, then they must, like crazed animals. Bass monkeys.
Ta en klunk, stort. Och så låter det rinna ner, känner du liksom kvillrar och pålar och så rullar runt och så slår en liten kullerbytta där nere och så lägger sig till ro. Och så... Ja, rapa du, det är bara naturligt. Mm. Vill du ha en öl till?
And we have a beer commercial here. What we got there? Gold. Delicious gold. I'm really thirsty now watching that right at the end. Thank you very much, Ziona of Slay Radio, for giving us that fantastic performance there. Fantastic DJ set of C64 remixes. That was a blast. We're going to have some more compos soon. We're going to have our final compo block of the evening. Any moment now, we're just going to take a quick break, refill our glasses, etc., etc., and we're going to go into our 4K competition, our 4K demo competition. So stand by for that, and we'll be seeing you very soon. Okay, dear friends, are you ready for our final compo block of Transmission 64 Fall Edition? I don't know about you, but it feels like the day has been flying over. I'm having a great time following all this. I hope you are too. And our final compo block begins with the 4K Demo Competition. Now this is, I guess you'd call it an intro, but we're going to say 4K demo because it doesn't have to follow the orthodoxy of cracktros or anything like that. It can just be a demo as long as it fits into 4K. It's good with us, and we're very happy to say we do have some nice entries for this one. So let's be having them. Let's go. First one, we have Hexhog in the area with constant repetition. And of course, repetition is the mother of learning. That was our first entry in 4K, Constant Repetition by Hexhog. Moving on. Oh, look who it is! A modern legend. How about that? Mana are back with Classical Chicken. What we're going to get this time? That was a clucking nice entry from Statler of Mana, our dear friends Mana. Next up, I'm not gonna mess up the name of the developer this time. Agent E. Yes, fresh from being scared of guns, he's back with Neko 4K, our third entry. Very cute. Neko. That's Japanese for cat. 4K by Agent E. Thanks a lot for that one. And here we have Dwangi of Fairlight. Pretty well known for some tidy 4K entries, I believe. Here's Aura 2, our fourth entry. Fairlight delivering the goods for us once more with Aura 2. That's their 4K entry today. And that concludes our 4K demo competition. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks for entering. Next up, we're going to have the Big Kahuna demo compo. We're going to take a 5-minute break just to make sure we're all doing okay toilet-wise and drink-wise and all the rest of it. It's going to be good. I've got a good feeling about this compo. Some really, really strong entries, some quite beautiful stuff. I hope you will all enjoy as well. Don't forget, voting is something that you can and should do. Make sure that these developers and creators are appreciated as they should be. So do keep an eye on that. And yeah, nothing else to say. Just make sure you got a drink, make sure you're having a good time, and we'll speak to you again soon. 5 minutes. Okay, you demo people, now that all audio and lights have been killed, I do believe we're ready for some demos. C64 demos, this is how we do it. Got some good stuff coming up here. Many thanks, as ever, to all entrants. I'm excited for this. Oh, yes. Who will be number one in the world right before Christmas? Could it be Hokuto Force, BBMD loader? I wonder what BB could stand for. Let's hang around and find out. Entry number 1 by Slacks. BBMD loader. Bit of Budbrain there from Hokuto Force. Next up, we have Mayday. Last minute, all-inclusive, plus 3G boosted. All right. Bit of classic OMP on that thing. From Mayday, last minute, all-inclusive, plus 3G, boosted. That was entry number 2. Coming up, ooh, the geese are gone. Hey, it's those geese we heard about earlier from Vintage Computing Corinthia. Ever wondered where the geese go during the winter? I think we're going to get some edutainment here, so let's see what we have. Yeah, Anonym just said that demo gave him goosebumps, and yeah, I feel that. That was the Geese Are Gone, very educational demo from Vintage Computing Corinthia. I love that. Next up, Merry Christmas 2021. Well, the season is fast approaching. Lepsy Developments, legendary Polish group, with us today with a Christmas production. All right. That was Merry Christmas 2021 from Lepsy Developments, and I do believe today is Katon's birthday, so many happy returns and congratulations to you, Katon, from all of us at the Transmission64 Nerve Center. Hope you're having a good day. Next up, we have Autumn Harvest by Atlantis, and Catlantis, or Quacklantis, and this is entry number 5. That was Autumn Harvest from Atlantis. You know how we do it. Entry number 5 there. Next up, Ragtag by Onslaught. just a bunch of why can't I read that? MCM's the coder, of course. A bunch of MCM parts put together in a one-filer for fun. This is a one-file demo, and this is for old SID as well. So 6581 SID on this one. Enjoy. Entry number 6. Ragtag from Onslaught there, one file demo. And yes, that demo does go on a little bit longer. There's lots of greetings and a couple of messages at the end. So do watch that in your own time, folks at home. Moving on, however, we have Howdy Hackers, and this is by a real conglomerate. This is by Cupid, Delazy, Exult, Ignorinimo, Sander, Vision Vortex. We are not a demo group. Yes, they're a conglomerate. How's that? Entry number 7, Howdy Hackers, by all of the aforementioned sceners. That was a lot of people with Howdy Hackers with a demo that was not by Hotline, but they did get a really nice Hotline logo in there, courtesy of Sander, I suspect. Really pretty stuff. Next up, we got The Solution. Interesting demo group, The Solution, with SynthMeld. Uses an 8-bit, 8 kilohertz, 11-channel sample mixer. Interesting stuff. We're going to get some digi magic on here. Let's go. Neat stuff there from Noob Tracker, newest addition to the Solution crew. I know those digis are playing through channel 1 of the SID there. Had a bit of a snoop around, and that seems pretty cool to me. So nice work. Moving on, Pretzel Logic. Pretzel Logic with SID Machine 3003. And this is PL, Pretzel Logic and Friends, celebrating SMC 50 years. Many happy returns, SMC, on your 50th birthday, which I understand is tomorrow. Let's have a look and see what you have. All right, folks, that was Sid Machine 3003. Very, very happy birthday to you, SMC. Hope you have a good one tomorrow. And I do encourage all viewers to download that prod when it's available and check out all of the tunes on there. I've heard them myself. They're all fantastic. Good for looping again and again. So do that in your own time. Next up, we have entry number 10, and we have dealer quality software tonight, dear friends. Super 16 by the mighty Triad. What we got this time? Let's go. Super 16 by Triad there. I do love myself some old school racing games, so that one speaks to me. Next up, Okay Then, Submerged by Wrath Designs and Hoaxes. That's a dream team if ever there was one, right there. Co-op demo from Wrath and Hoaxes, number 11. submerged by wrath and hoaxes. That, folks, is why I love following C64 demos. Wonderful design there, in my opinion, and some real technical tricks too to supplement that. Indeed, that is the end of our competition this evening. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I thought we had some really tidy stuff there and some quite good fun stuff at the very least. 11 really nice entries. Thank you everyone for taking part. Much appreciated as ever. And now it's down to you, dear viewers, to cast your votes. We're going to be leaving the voting open for about 1 hour from now. I think we'll be closing it at 23:15 Central European time. So don't dawdle. We'll be keeping an eye on that. We'll be closing it in an hour's time. And next up, we have our second and indeed final DJ set, our music act of the night. It's going to be our friend Hoffman. Hoffman is a real stalwart demo scene DJ. He's been doing the rounds with all manner of excellent sets, including some sets for music compos through this year. Chances are you've seen and heard them already. He goes out, I think it's once a fortnight on Twitch, doing some fantastic DJ sets. A real character, a real man about town of the scene. He does fine work on the ones and twos, and we're very happy to have him involved tonight. And it was my privilege to be feeding him some audio for this thing. The set you're about to hear is strictly C64 music, all recorded from real SID hardware. So we were putting our heads together and thinking what tunes could be good to have in Hoffman's crate. And we ended up with quite a few tunes recorded, actually, from my private collection, and some of his requests as well. So the set's about 80 minutes long. It's just wall to wall bangers, man. I can't tell you any more than that. This set is unmissable. Do enjoy it. I'm gonna enjoy it all over again, and we'll be seeing you on the other side for the prize giving. So, as I so often say, fill your glass, get in the mood for some SID tunes and some outstanding mixing. He has basically rendered me redundant with this set, as you will find out very soon. Cheers, folks. Thanks for being here with us. I've had a great time here so far. Hope you have too. And shout outs to my friends in the T64 studio for keeping things ticking over here as well. Yeah, good stuff. Happy days. See you next time. All right, folks, that was our friend DJ Hoffman with a DJ set comprised entirely of Commodore 64 music. Thank you very much, Hoffman, for doing that for us. That was really tremendous work on the ones and twos there. Not taken for granted your time and effort on that thing. Hope everyone watching enjoyed that too. So that kind of wraps up our schedule for Transmission 64 Fall Edition this evening. But there is one more very important piece of business to finish before we're all done, and that is the prize giving. So before we get into that, just so you know, we do have some prizes. Every compo winner, that is first place in each individual compo, gets to pick 4 stickers or badges from our esteemed partner Badgeman. You might have seen a slide from Badgeman on our party slides throughout the course of the day, so you can look forward to that. The winner of the demo compo specifically gets an Arcade R joystick and also a goodie bag from retro8bitshop.com. Additionally, we also have an RGB to HDMI converter for C64 and other machines. Apparently, other machines do exist. I'll believe it when I see it, but C64 and other machines, we can give that away as well. We're still figuring out that one, which compo that will be for. But when we do have a winner, we do have winners for all our compos, we'll let you know what you have won, and we'll go from there. So we do have prizes, but of course, prize number 1 is, of course, the prestige of being the best on the day. Of course, all of our entrants are winners in my eyes. I've really enjoyed every single prod we've had today. So many thanks once again to everyone for getting involved at this demo party event. It's been really fun to be the blabbering mouth of the animal that is Transmission 64 again. So cheers, folks. I think we might be just about ready to go. I think so. Yeah, I'm just going to change my background here. Just one quick thing before we get into the. There we go. Can you see that? There we go. All right, good. I think we're good to get into the prize giving now that I've summoned the magical compo pick of Fate and Destiny. So let's have the compo results. We're going to press space. Loading, here we go. First up, music. Ooh. These have been your results. Okay, I can see that number 1, we have Destination Funktown by Vincenzo. In second place, Gemma Akbar by Shogun. And third, oh, that's embarrassing, that's me, Lydia on Speed Dial by Mibri. Congratulations to the top 3, including me, I guess. Thanks, folks. And I will go in reverse order from now on, don't worry. But yes, many congratulations, Vincenzo. That was a seriously grooving tune there. We've heard that from you all year round, so no surprise there. You're a bloody good composer. Yes, it's true. Perhaps the beers have gone to my broadcasting brain this evening. I hope you can forgive that. Okay.
No,
we're figuring this out.
You need to do results published. I can do it if you want.
I think our dad, Anonym, is going to step in and and give us a hand. Stand by for more results.
So you can hear me argue with FRaNKy, but you can't hear FRaNKy. That's all right.
I can plug myself in.
In 10th place, we had Proton with Chase On. In 9th place, we had Weird Biscuit. Oh, they've removed it.
Give me a moment.
We do have more competition.
I wasn't set up, but I can do it.
And yes, you know what? We've done pretty well, I think, to go this far without any gremlins. Are we going to have the next competition now, Anonym?
Oh, FRaNKy, put the slides back on, please. FRaNKy, fast! Quick, no more press space prompt.
Do I have a button to trigger the Laymer sample anywhere? That would be handy. Can I press that?
Oh, this is going to show the results right away now.
Oh, don't say that.
I can't reset it, I don't think. Is this Burglar messaging me?
What do we normally do in these situations at demo parties? Okay, PETSCII Competition, we have the results here. And in third place, bronze medal for Almighty God of Atlantis for Atlantis. And in second, we have Babes by Electric of Extend. Number one, taking the gold medal, Lobo of Atlantis with Ohiru there. Many thanks to all of our PETSCII entrants. PETSCII entrants. Thanks, folks. Had some really nice ones there.
Okay, next.
I'm not doing anything anymore.
Okay,
Well, that
Basic
doesn't
Fader.
work either.
Basic Fader. Let's see who came out on top in Basic Fader. Artline Designs by the looks of things. That was really good fun. ALD in the building. Really fun group. Bringing us Fader Mastermind coming out on top. Basic Geese Fader, which was the kind of intro sequence to Vintage Computing Corinthia's demo, that came second. Graphics Compo, we had 22 entries, if I remember rightly. And there's some brilliant ones. This is going to be an interesting result. Who will be number one? Ooh, that is close. That is very close. Number 3, 338th Day by Joe of Wrath Designs. In second place, The Passengers by Mikhail of Pretzel Logic. And coming out on top, The Sarge of Fairlight with Time Out. Congratulations, you three. That was tight. Ooh, 4K demo. We had 4 entries in this one. Where's this one going? Ooh. In third place, Classical Chicken by Mana Mana. Second place, we had that really sweet little cat by Agent E. That cat does not stockpile firearms, I assume. And in first place, Dwangy of Fairlight, doing what Dwangy does, really. Aura 2. Well done, Fairlight. And here's the big kahuna, Demo Compo, who came out on top here. 11 entries. And the winner is, well, we'll start with third place, shall we? Ooh, third place looks kind of close. Onslaught take third with Ragtag, that really cool one-file demo for the 6581 SID. In second place, the Mighty Triad with Super 16. And I have to say, coming out on top by quite a margin, Submerged by Raft Designs and Hoaxes. And, you know, that was my favourite prod of the day as well, overall. So many congratulations to you folks. Richly deserved. There you go.
No other compos.
No other compos.
But I did
And
want to
in the-
mention, since I'm on here, sorry, that Cupid did a nice slide design for these slides, for the result slides.
Yeah, shout out Cupid for keeping things nicely designed in this area. Let's see, where am I here? Yep, okay. And the prize, first prize for being cool, goes to all of our viewers for bearing with us, sticking with us all day, enjoying the productions, being in the, what do you call it, work adventure. They were in there, running around with cats and things. Pretty cool. Want more? Yeah, yes. Chips and Bricks, regular streamer, FRaNKy here, who's been running the show, basically, from his compound. Hello, FRaNKy.
Hello.
Every Sunday, 8 p.m. That is Central European time, is that right?
Absolutely.
Central European time.
Brussels time.
Central Brussels time, of
CBT,
course. CBT. 8 p.m. over there. Chips and Bricks. It's a good show. Playing C64 demos, Amiga demos as well sometimes. I've seen that happen. And I do a bit of streaming here and there. Very occasionally at this point, because you know how life is. But I will say I do have something kind of special up my sleeve. A Christmas special coming up on Wednesday, the 22nd of December. It's going to be a Christmas extravaganza of sorts. I'm going to be going through my favorite demos of 2021, and then I'm also going to show a bunch of Christmas themed demos from over the years. So that should be a good time. I hope some of you can make it before you settle down for the year and get off work and really think about your Christmas time. We're going to have a nice cozy festive demo show on that date. So look forward to seeing some of you there. All right. Let's wrap this thing up then, shall we? This has been Transmission64 Fall Edition. Thanks again to the Padua crew, the other Transmission64 crew, for making this thing really quite a lot of fun. I said it before earlier, but this today it really feels like it's flown over. I mean, we started at what was it, 4 p.m. something like that? Yeah, hours ago. Hours ago.
For exactly 8 hours.
8 hours, man. If an 8-hour workday was like this every day, I'd be an extremely happy person. So thanks, folks. Thanks to the crew for making this a lot of fun, and thanks to you all for enjoying the prods with us as well. I imagine, let's be honest, things look a little bit dicey for the coming months, universally speaking. So there might be some scope for doing some more of this sort of thing. I also hope that we can have some real life parties as well in due time. But yes, keep an eye on the usual channels, your CSDBs and all that sort of thing for news on further parties. I think FRaNKy's got a really solid setup here for running these things at his end on a technical level. So I think this is a goer. Maybe it can happen some more in the future. We'll see how we go. And I think I've just about run out of things to say. So one more time, thank you to everyone who's entered any of our competitions. Thank you to our seminar speakers. Thank you to our DJs. And thanks to yourselves for having a good sofa scening party time with us today. I've been Mibri of Atlantis, MultiStyle Labs, and Proxima. I'm going to keep on making tunes. I love this scene. This is how we do it. And I'll be talking to you again before too long, hopefully. Take care, everyone. Good night.